Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. You are joining us after the resumption of the displacement of Jadena and the destruction of, enemies and allies alike. Tisha has left the party, joining her grandparents wherever they have taken her, in order to spare the lives of her remaining allies. Smoking Mirror and Freddie, her beloved, however, were gone before that arrangement was made. Their bodies have lain preserve in the bowels of Cerulea Castle, while surviving members of the party and reunited members of the crew alike make arrangements to try and stabilize the ensuing chaos in Last Hollow. The Dragon's Bane Guard, of which Emerith Estefax was also slain, lies scattered and in disarray, and generally the head of the snake has been cut off, giving the party some respite and a chance to collect their thoughts and feelings. Gilchrist, former Chamberlain, also lies slain, while Jacob Lecheria, Mia, Tilly, Lash, and the crew all kind of base themselves within the walls of Castle Lecheria. And we will pick up just over maybe 36 hours later, after after the battle, in the epilogue of the story in Last Hollow. So, who would like to start? What's everybody doing? You tell me. It's the morning of the next day.
Quite like to bring my friends back, please.
Yeah, let's do that first.
Okay. Who do you want to try and resurrect, and where, and how?
Smoking Mirror. Feels like Cluedo. Smoking Mirror in the basement. I'd probably further upstairs.
Oh, Kirsty, you just died. I can no longer hear you.
Oh, really?
Oh, no, it was just you cutting out. Yeah.
Oh.
I can hear
Is
you.
now okay?
Yes. That's weird.
Okay. Probably upstairs somewhere in the castle, somewhere that feels a bit more neutral.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do it by Raise Dead spell.
Raise Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like to put the Raise Dead spell up for me?
Sure would.
Jacob would suggest to me potentially, if she wanted to, and it's a bit ran down, but the Temple of Lathander in town is Lathan. It's the central point of Last Hollow, and might be a good place to bring people back if she wanted to.
Better than staying in the castle.
It's Lathander is god of light and life. Just seems maybe it might be appropriate there.
I'll go with that. Almost seems like a bit of a peace offering from Jacob, so she'll accept it and get the crew's help to transport the bodies.
Yeah. The crew are at your disposal.
Mm-hmm.
If we make it a little bit of a procession, Tilly would jump in with druid craft, make flowers and make the celebration. And I mean, if this doesn't work, it could just be a part of their send-off.
Okay. As you make the procession down from Castle Lecheria, you do so heading towards the river, to the archway that indicates the bridge over to the Temple of Lathander, which you've been before. It is run down, and when you cross the bridge at the entrance, you are met hurriedly by the incumbent high priestess, who you spoke to last time you were here, Jacob. My lord, there's word. Madame Savori, she's
Gone. The corruption at the heart of the city has been cleansed.
indeed. It is a truly wonderful day. Blessings of the Lord of Light upon you.
Indeed. We have business in the temple this morning.
May I be of assistance? It's unusual that state officials would worship here. As you can see, the temple's in not in its seen better days, but of course you are welcome to pray, take in a morning hymns, perhaps. It is, of course, first light, and well, we don't get to facilitate worship every dawn, but if you'd like, I can give a sermon.
Thunder is the Lord of Light, of rebirth. We have some people with us who were slain, taking the city back. His temple seems like a good place to recover those who were lost before their time.
Yes, indeed.
We wish a space cleared so our cleric can cast her spells and beseech, bring back those who were lost.
It has been a long time since such a delicate ritual was performed within these walls. Indeed, not since your father's time, I am told. However, you are, and the priestess are more than welcome in Lathander's halls. Of course. Please, allow my clerical staff to assist you. And she points over to one, really kind of shabbily dressed in old vestments that have seen better days. He kind of brushes himself down. And he kind of goes, yes, my lady. And they kind of help and lead you in and clear a space.
May whatever you need, ask for it, and it shall be done.
Okay.
This is your party.
Candles, incense. I have incense. I can do that. Some candles.
Candles, a circle, space. We need it all. Bring your best candles and incense if you've got that as well.
We'll pay you, obviously.
they exchange like a hushed word that looks urgent, and some apprehension and some bewilderment comes across the faces of both of them. And the clerical assistant goes into the back, and you can hear like the moving of like heavy metal objects and the pushing of crates or boxes around. Each of you can make a perception check.
Of course.
Mm.
Both of you see that the pews are they have like a thick layer of dust on them. The much of the religious symbology you can see is vacated, where you would expect to see symbols or iconography or other paraphernalia. There are just kind of these cold gaps on the walls, torches and candelabras long since extinguished. This temple, if it still could be described as one, is really a relic of a bygone era, and is definitely not used by the populace in Last Hollow, as far as you can see.
I'm sorry, Mir, this temple is not as I remembered. Hopefully it should still be of service. And if
They still
successful,
worship.
it will serve as a great way to rededicate it.
Oh, that's true. If they still worship Lathander, then he will be here for them.
Lathander was worshipped by many people of Last Hollow. My friend Quest was an acolyte here before I left.
Well, I think we brought hope back to them, so maybe this will come back.
Okay.
Yes.
The assistant comes back and exchanges a few more urgent words with. Does anybody remember the high priestess name? Just out of curiosity.
Everybody looks at the note taker.
Wait. Hold on. I did some notes. But maybe not.
When did we meet her?
It was the first day we arrived. It was just before we went to the weird ass pub.
Yeah, because you went by yourself, didn't you? You separated.
Oh, not.
Yeah, I don't have it.
How many have you brought? All of the bodies with you that you intend to try and resurrect?
3.
Yes, 3.
Freddy, Emerith, and Smoke, of course.
Then Zareen Estefax approaches her niece, the dead body of her niece, and seems to lose all composure, kneels at her side and places her hands on Emerith and becomes inconsolable. She, while the other clerical assistant has made a kind of rudimentary circle, she strokes Emerith's cheek and kind of haunches over her before realizing that her composure has deserted her. She clears a few tears and looks up at Tilly. The Dragon's Bane Guard are meant to be just a nod to the past, a cursory tip of the hat towards the Lecherian days. How did she die?
She died protecting us, protecting others. She was anything but her outside appearance, her allegiances and emblems and stations. That didn't mean anything to her. She wanted to do the right thing and at the right time. She did. She was good. And I hope we can bring her back.
I just want you to make a persuasion check at advantage, Tilly.
Okay.
She seems reassured by your assessment of Emerith's valor. She stands up. With Lady Savori departed, I must be honest with you. Her charade has already cost my family too much. I was installed here 6 years ago in cooperation with the Savories and in full agreement with their initiative, which was to gradually turn the populace away from their religion. I'm no more a worshipper of Lathander than you would be of Mask or Baal, pointing at Tilly. I've been here wearing these vestments, smiling through a mask of my own, advising those people who would turn up in most desperate need that Lathander's light will not shine upon them. And over the years, as Lathander's desertion of the people of Last Hollow has become apparent, his light fails to shine within these walls as we so made it. If your objective really here is to summon the Dawn Lord's grace, you'll not find it in this cold and dark corner of his temples. I hope, my lady, pointing to me, that your own God will intervene on all of our behalfs. And she takes off, she clutches a almost rusty medallion with the symbol of the shining sun on it and just breaks it off her neck and throws it down on the ground.
Thank you for being honest. I think that and your clear relationship with Emerith will help more than more than you think. And Mistra will be with me. She's with me wherever I go.
You say you've spent the last 6 years turning people away. Now you have a chance to start undoing that. To start paying back.
Paying forward, Mr. Jacob.
Exactly. It takes a strong person to admit when they're wrong. An even stronger one to make up for it. And I believe you can do this.
Tilly will pick up the amulet she dropped on the floor and outstretch her hand to give it back to her, to see if she takes it back.
Means nothing to me, young miss. It's a piece of jewellery. I need to reflect on the things I've done. I'm not here to speak the Dawn Lord's words. I've spoken nothing but lies in his name. If these temple halls were to be illuminated by a different god, Mistra, as you so hope, then I will take up service in their name and try to right the wrongs that I've been part of.
I'll take out the big bag of Mistra pins that I carry around with me.
Your merch bag?
Yeah. You get a pin. And I'll fasten it. Say, this might just be a piece of jewelry too. I appreciate what you've said.
Just make a religion check for me, Mir. Like, I'm now trying to assess, like, the way you carry yourself, the symbology, or, yeah, not so great. She takes the pin and kind of rubs it in her thumb, between her thumb and forefinger, and kind of holds it up. She seems skeptical, really, that any god will illuminate these halls with their influence. But a successful resurrection, you get the impression, may go some way towards converting it.
Mr. Jacob,
Really?
were you worshipping in this temple when you were young? Were you Lathander somebody you prayed to?
As a child, I came to this temple with Quest. As a young man, Lathander was the god of Last Hollow. Many of the subjects of Last Hollow followed him. I paid some heed to the services. Before I left with Hal, Lathander was a common blessing in the city before I left.
You refer to the green tiefling girl, she interrupts.
Yes, my friend. She was banished, I believe.
Indeed. She saw through our ruse and objected to the destabilization of the clergy and the defunding of the church. She made her way to Crystal Spear, I'm told. I'm sure some eyes are still being kept upon her. If you do see her again, And if she does want to return, please tell her I'm sorry.
I plan to find her, so I will pass that message. I'm sure she'd love to come back to her home, the first place she belonged. As have I.
Well, shall we begin? This
Let's.
damp, quiet, echoey hall. Some candles are lit. They're black. Unpopular as a choice of candles. The only ones they had. Incense begins to burn. It smells like mustard. Whether it's some damp or fungus that had got into a box that laid rotting for years, it doesn't smell good.
Fungus, did you say?
Yeah. It might be a familiar smell to Tilly, but to everybody else, it's quite pungent. The clerical assistant just kind of shrugs. You realise that he's no more religious than, anybody else who used to run this temple.
Does thaumaturgy, can that create a smell?
It can, yeah.
I'll cast thaumaturgy and try and kind of neutralize it with.
Just going to spray some air freshener. That'll make it better.
I'm in a Febreze situation.
Yeah. What kind of smell?
Like, soap.
Soap.
Like a kind of clean smell.
Mm-hmm. I just want you to make a nature check. We're going to see how well the smell is dissipated with a nature check. Sure, this is a weird D&D rule. Yeah, it's fine. You clear you clear most of that dank mustard smell, and it seems much more clean, at least to the nostrils now, as presumably it's Smoke's body that you would like to lay atop the altar.
Yeah. Yeah,
it takes a few crew members to try and lift him, but your orc first mate clears them away, and she kneels down and scoops up Smoky Mirror, taking responsibility for her captain and one-time lover.
That's awesome.
She marches between the pews, and as she comes up to the altar to meet you, almost half disparagingly, but half trying to expedite things, she just says, "Let's get on with it." And puts him down and stands back, folds her arms. Again, not really believing that this may happen. Who would like to make the first dedication? Greg, I use a version of the Matt Mercer rules where people get a chance to make a dedication. And that can affect the DC of the resurrection. Or it's not a resurrection, it's a raised dead spell, but we use the same. I'll use it's the same process, I guess. So,
I could start us off as somebody who knew smoke the least
sure.
of everybody. Is if that's okay.
Hmm.
So Tilly would come over and I'm assuming the race platform where he is probably up to her, like her neck. She's barely seeing above the level. But she comes over and she grabs Smoke's finger, I guess, in her tiny hand. And she says, "Mr. Smoke, I've not known you for a long time, but you've always been so good to me. You've welcomed me. You've protected me many times. And throughout all our travels, never made me feel like I was an outsider. You are a light that went out too soon, and all of us here we love you for the person who you are. This this little thing," and she opens her backpack and takes out a dream catcher with purple flowers that she got in Iron God on the market one time for no reason other than it was pretty and she thought she could use it sometime. And she places it sort of in the top just above his head. "Well, I was told these words of bad dreams. If there's anything that is holding you back from coming back, the pain or bad memories, maybe this will catch it. And if it will, you will come back." And she will squeeze his hand and turn around and look at everybody else and just say, I don't know what else to do except maybe this will help in some way, and I will use 3 spells of 3rd level to cast daylight in the temple, in the ceiling, in 3 points. 3 suns almost emerge and bask the entire temple in golden daylight.
You get the light fills the chamber, and the crew members in attendance, Zareen, Estefax, everybody kind of clutch what they're holding and look around in wonderment as the light now rebounds off Smoke's mithril skin. And it's almost difficult to look at from certain angles in the hall as he is now shining like bright white. I would like you, Tilly, to make a check with your spellcasting modifier.
So just a wisdom?
Just a wisdom check, yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. That's 1 failure. It's a shame because it was good use of...
Advantage? No?
No.
Okay.
So, if you didn't know, like you say, you're the person who knew Smoke the least, and...
Sure.
Jacob, step forward and draw his father's blade and lay it on Smoke. When we met in the tavern, I was unpolished. I barely knew one end of the sword from the other. You taught me. You've been at my side, at my back, ever since. Story isn't done. We haven't finished what we started, Smoke. You fell defending Last Hollow. By the blade of the ruler of Last Hollow. I want you to stay. I want you to come back. I need you. Lays his father's sword over on Smoke so that Smoke is clasping it.
Okay. Given that you're drawing on your own lineage and intertwining it with Smoke's, talking about all of your past times together, I'd like to make a history check.
Can I cast guidance on him?
Do like that.
Too late.
Damn it. It's rolling really badly.
Okay. Lash. Still, although squinting now at the daylight, from behind her hand, looks to you, Mir, expecting something more impressive to happen.
Do you want to say something, Lash?
She just shakes her head, encouraging you to take the lead.
Okay. I will step up and hold on to his ear that has the earring in that connects him to Jade. And say, Smoking Mirror, amongst us, you're the bravest one and the toughest one, and I would say the wisest one, and sometimes the funniest one. And I still feel that I don't know enough about you, and I want to know, who are you to your family, your sister and your brothers? Do they think you're brave? Do they think you're tough? I want to know more about you, but I'm sure that your family need you and need you to come back. So come back and tell me about your clan before you go off and join them, which I know you will someday. Tell me all about yourself. Tell me about Jade. You've got to come back for them as well as us.
Okay. I would like you're showing an interest in his character, in the character of his family, in the personal connection that you felt really with that speech hadn't reached that level of personal intimacy that you would have hoped for yet, knowing about his family and his tribe. So I'd like you to make a charisma check.
Okay. Can I guide myself?
Yes.
What? And
Sorry, John. We suck. We suck.
With the guidance, that's one success. At this high
Force.
level, we use a slightly harder version of Matt Mercer's rules. At lower levels, success really does drastically reduce the DC, whereas failures are not as costly. At this level, they are equally important. Each fail increased the DC from 10 by 2. So when Jacob failed the history check, the DC was 14. The success has taken it back down to 12.
What kind of roll is it? Is it plain D20? That's it?
Mm-hmm.
You haven't got a handy portent or something, have you?
Nope. Rolled like shit.
I'm going to cut while you think about this and to build the tension slightly to John.
Yep.
Smoke. You feel a heat that you've never felt before. A choking, stifling pressure at your skin, at your eyes, even though they're closed, at your lungs. You hear the distant burning of a roaring furnace and the howl of a savage wind. You lie on a rocky surface. What do you do?
Look around, try and figure out if I recognize my surroundings.
You open your eyes. You're in some kind of cave. Make a perception check.
13.
Okay. The 13. Do you stand? It seems oddly familiar. Do you get to your feet?
Yeah, quietly. If I'm in a cave and there's an entrance there, I'll try and sneak towards it.
There's no need for a stealth check because you're not evading anyone as far as you can tell. You'd step a few feet towards the entrance and you look from almost a cliff edge down from the summit of Tiger's Watch. It's a summit that you have laid eyes on from even the top ledge of where your Tabaxi clans meet. The very, very peak, the very, very summit is the most sacred land. And it is forbidden to be as high as you are. This shock comes to you as you feel your heart begin to beat faster and faster. How did you get here? But as you look more closely, you don't see any clan members. It's not a normal day. You look up and the sky is filled with clouds of ash. And where rain has blessed Tiger's Watch many times in the past, it's now cursed with falling pyroclastic flame and rock. The mountain is on fire, just like your veins, just like your soul. You feel a yearning. You feel a pull. The heat that you felt when you were awake emanating from deeper into the cave.
On the summit, I think he just let out an almighty roar. Frustration. Anger. It's not how it was supposed to go.
You let out this primal, bestial call, echoed by your ancestry. As you roar, you I'd like you to make a charisma check at advantage.
Hmm. 9.
As you roar, this roar echoes across the mountainside, and you begin to feel a cracking and a splitting. You roar so loudly that your mithril skin shatters. A combination of the heat and the vibration forms a crack across your chest. And as you roar, just piece after piece falls to the ground, useless. And you inhabit your old body anew. This is the real you. This is a profoundly felt rage.
He's thinking, good, be done with it. Just kick aside the slag of mithril. He gave his body and his identity, did everything he could to get himself stronger, and it all came to this. Just frustrated, let down. As he looks at his own hands, would try, previously he could at will transform into hybrid form or into werewolf form. And like when he was experimented, he tried to focus on his hands and get them to change. Go and do that now.
As you begin to try this transformation, you realize that you're powerless. And you hear a laugh echoing from behind you, deeper into the cave.
As it doesn't work, it's like overcome with relief, and he starts to laugh. He laughs that it doesn't work, almost in defiance to the laughter behind him.
As you laugh defiantly atop this twisted version of Tiger's Watch, you begin to choke on the heat. I need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Whoa. 220s.
Your laughter is stifled, but the heat is punishing. Smoking mirror. Turn and face your god.
Yeah, he'll turn and walk back towards the cave.
As you walk into the cave, the heat becomes more intense. And you start to see iconography carved into the walls, like cat-like images scratched into the rock with claws. I want you to make a perception or insight check. It's up to you which.
Perception or insight?
Perception or insight, it's up to you which.
13.
Seems as though these images, these dedications might date back to before your time, before even your father's time. They're old. But as you get closer, they become more complex. And you start to see the numerals of a 12 repeated over and over again. As the symbology becomes more complex, you start to see that some of the scratchings and images are become like gilded with gold. And the rock floor gives way to velvet rugs. You start to see piles and piles of treasure as the cave winds on. From cultures spanning centuries and other kinds of ornaments and decorations that may even be from different planes of existence. As you finally turn into the final chamber, you see the treasure scattered around the sides of this circular cave, deep in the heart of Tiger's Watch. The most impressive thing you see is an eye made of gold. The tiger's eye. Not the eye of the tiger. In the ceiling. And you see mosaics of jade cresting down from it, from the ceiling to the floor. A stone precious to your people and tied up in your history. You see stalagmites of jade and gold piercing through the floor and the mosaics before coalescing around a throne. A throne made of pure gold. long, flat armrests that end in 2 busts. Tiger heads. And on the throne, inspecting you with glee and relish. Someone will describe after the break.
Nice.
See you in a bit.
Everybody's like, we're placing bets. Irkishindi or the other dude?
Or Malar, but it's the
Irkishindi or
top
Malar?
of top of their mountain. I'm thinking.
We'll find out. See you in 20 minutes, dudes.
See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
audience.
gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. Chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we'd not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
welcome back. Have you been spending this break wondering who sits atop the throne beneath the tiger's eye? I forgot. Sorry. No, the party hasn't. But I am actually going to ask, or I'm going to do the raise dead roll now, because that will inform story-wise what happens. So, it's a D20 roll. I can roll it publicly, privately, or John, you can roll it if you want.
Oh, I was hoping Kirsty would roll it because it's her spell.
Yeah, put all the pressure on Kirsty. Yeah, great idea.
I'd like to save her from that, if that's all right, Kirsty.
Yeah, should be
Okay,
DM
in
in
that case, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Or
You're going to do it?
I'm going to have to.
John's going to take all the responsibility. So I want a public D20 roll then. We know the DC?
12.
12.
Mm-hmm.
Just count.
12 or higher.
12 or higher.
Just count towards it, John. So we know.
Okay.
Come on, Smoke.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Jesus.
Yeah! Yeah, mister!
She really came through for you this time. So, Smoke. Atop the throne, you see a curious beast. What looks like a beast, but not like any beast you've ever seen. You revere the tiger, a sacred animal, rare now in the Isles. And this beast, this creature, does resemble this predator. However, they have a humanoid, hybrid kind of feel to them, where this hulking chest spreads over into arms, and the arms spread out into these huge claws. What you'd note as you were looking across this beast's body is the jade and gold jewelry that he has adorned himself in, and you see these gold bangles around the upper arm, kind of jade necklace with ancient relics of indeterminable origin. The hands spread out in a kind of greeting / posturing. However, you notice that where the arms are outstretched, the hands are backwards.
Oh, shit.
As you look up, you see this beard, white, scraggly, and winding down from a huge mouth with a combination of sharp incisors pointing down from the top and upturned tusks from the bottom. This tiger-like face kind of stretched across a skull that's too large and piercing where you would expect to see yellow eyes or green eyes of jade. moving up, you see a jade crown with other like pearls dangling down into the long mane of this fiend. He sits confidently with his arms open and his legs crossed. I have watched you for many years, Smoking Mirror. It is I, Irkashindi. I bid you to kneel.
Where was your response to my bidding when I asked for it? For years I have prayed in our most desperate moments as a people, and you had not answered.
You think me a deity that dwells beyond the divine gate to observe their followers like ants on a mound of dirt. When calling out to me, you should have considered what you could offer. Where is your dedication? I bid you once more to kneel.
My dedication? I have given my life for my people. I have faced down death on more than one occasion in order to stand up for what is right, to stride forward with no hesitation. I'm done with kneeling.
Brave warrior, you turned away from me in your hour of need, and you found yourself a pawn of the first circle. And he leans forward now. This towering creature must be 12 feet tall. Malar has abandoned you. He cannot reach you here. You are my pawn now. Just like your father was. Tell me, clan leader-elect, where is it you think you are?
Looks like Tiger's Watch, but it is perverse here.
It is my own little corner of Avernus. Tonight, and all nights thereafter, Smoking Mirror, you dine in hell.
Good. I'm hungry. I'm done with your games. If you were watching, then you saw, didn't you? things we have slain together, me and my companions, much bigger than you. It's clear to me now. We do not need to be crushed underfoot. You are beings, just like we are, and you all bleed the same.
He smiles and wraps his claws atop the armrest of his golden throne. Such confidence. I wonder if it is justified. And at that point, he digs his claws into both of the armrest and lunges straight for you. Roll initiative.
Okay. 8.
Okay. You have no weapons, but neither does he. He lunges straight for you. He goes first.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. He comes at you, launching himself out of the off the throne, and no word of a lie, his first hit is a crit. So you can take your current HP as you died was.
Oh,
Have you reset it?
Well, Oh, that's a good point. I didn't actually go to 0.
No, you didn't.
But it reset to 0 when I set the character sheet to died.
Okay.
So it
don't
might
worry,
be on
I
the
can
token.
get it. I can get it. It's on the token. Yeah. It was reduced to 0 on the token as well. Okay.
It wasn't much. I'm thinking it was like, because I know my max HP was halved and I was already under that. I'm thinking it was like 40, 50. Something like that.
Well, let's make this interesting. You can have half your maximum HP.
Okay. So I'm at 71. I'm still out of all of my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I used everything I had before I died.
Okay. The first crit, he launches himself from his throne, and this huge claw, right into the middle of your chest, rakes across your torso. And you feel your vitality drain from you. This is not like any attack you've ever experienced before. It feels like all of your blood is about to fall out of you. You see a flash in your head. A flash that takes you temporarily to an image. And it's an image of Jade wandering through a meadow, carelessly picking a flower. And then, before you have a chance to focus on it, another claw attack whoosh, comes straight in. Without your mithril armor, and no other armor to speak of, does a 14 hit you?
1 sec, let me take this off. It doesn't.
No. Okay, then the other one just goes overhead. You duck out the way. It's your turn.
Okay. So they just check that I'm using the right one. Yeah, it should be this one. Plus 11. 24.
24 hits.
I'll just do all three, like, because I might as well.
Yeah.
A crit fail and a 17.
17 also hits.
Okay, so 17 total slashing damage. If the insignia still counts, it's magical.
The insignia seems to have no effect.
Yeah, I thought it might.
And thus, when you respond with your 2 claw attacks, you get the impression that the wounds you inflict on him are much less than the wounds he inflicted on you.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to resist them more readily. He is going to do another claw attack. A 24 will hit for 8 slashing. With his other attack...
Sorry, what was the first lot of damage?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not tell you now.
I'm not sure. I either missed it or you didn't say.
The first damage was 15 slashing.
Got you.
The crit.
Yeah.
And the next one is 8.
Yeah.
With the second attack, he sinks his claws into the back of your head and pulls your head back. And he shows you the interior of this cave, which is bedecked with riches. But you see like different insignia that you would know indicate the 12 different clans. And as he pulls your head back and whispers, he's like, "Do you really want to extinguish your legacy? Do you really want to extinguish the glory of the Distant Rivers clan like this?" And he throws you back. "Come on. You're tougher than this."
Yeah, I will get up, run at him, roar at him. "This legacy is still mine to make." I'll leap with another flurry of attacks. Oh, a crit on the first one.
There we go.
Right, I'll just do the damage on this one. So 9 damage. Now, when I start a new combat at this level, I recover 1 superiority die. So I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
I'll attempt with a trip attack, which is the strength save.
Okay.
It's DC 18.
He fails.
Okay, nice. So he goes prone and takes another... just 1 damage. So if he's prone, take advantage on the next claw. 18.
Hits.
And 19.
Hits.
Here we go. 9, 10, 19 more damage. Not bad.
You, rip at this god who invites your ISO. And you see him begin to laugh and smile as if he relishes this pain. And on his turn, assuming that's the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'll just say to him, Malar mocked you, and I see now you hide away in this hole in this cave in a corner of hell. As I'm digging into it.
Nice.
Show me he was wrong.
He is then he relaxes his body, smiling with his arms out. You see these long tusks and blood now kind of seep between the the decorations in his jade necklace. And then he opens his eyes, and those green eyes turn white. I want you to make a wisdom saving for him.
Ooh. 1 second. Oh, absolute fail.
With a crit fail, your body goes limp. You feel out of control, and Kashindi begins to laugh once more. You go to try and raise another claw, but you can't, as you are forced to stand. He's dominating you now. Kashindi stands up, wipes some of the blood from his chest, and licks it between his claws. It has been a long time since anyone felled me. I may have use for you yet. Avernus is without time. I have existed here for a millennia. And Tabaxi clans, generations, all 12, have survived beneath my tutelage. It is not me that threatens your survival. Though I exist here, I also exist in the hearts of all clan leaders. Tell me, what is more powerful, a god or the belief in God? It is only belief that will guide the Distant Rivers clan and the other 9 clans that survive through the horrors to come. Look closely. And with that, you ever see another vision. This time it's Jade walking out further, deeper into Nimble Step as she greets 5 Chance, the youngest of your brothers. She rubs him on the head as they cross paths on their way to their own individual pursuits. And as 5 Chance looks up at Jade, the glint in his eye and the sunshine in his face is cast over by a dark shadow. You see Jade's face turn, and an expression of joy and compassion turn to one of abject horror. I do not wish to see my worshippers wiped out. So I will send you from my sight. And give you but a chance to put that anger to good use. Save your clan. And with that, this gaping maw drops open and he seems to grow in size. Impossibly large already, his frame seems to consume the cavern. The eyes turn to fire, and out of his mouth pours this irrepressible inferno which consumes your body. You feel the flames lick at your skin and set your very soul on fire. There is no escape until you awake on a cold altar. In Last Hollow. Mia stood over you, holding your ear.
Just see, like shock and horror on his face, breathing heavy. I check like my body. Like, am I like before? What's going on? Like,
Mia, you see the startled frame of Smoking Mirror roused to consciousness, and as he moves, his mithril skin begins to shed like a dried and cracked. It starts to fall off him, and as his panic grows more and more of it falls off the altar around you, revealing the golden fur below that you have looked upon so many times before.
Is it you?
it's me. Just washing this stuff off me. Try and sit up.
Oh. Take it easy.
What happened?
I think you died, Smoke.
Grim.
Oh, look at me. You brought me back.
Of course.
Just like leap up and just hug me.
There's like a little small comet of Tilly running and jumping and trying to both of you with her little arms. You back?
Thank you. The other side was Jacob. Where the hell have you been?
It's a long story.
I gave him quite a lot of hell already.
Yeah.
Where's
You look different.
yeah. I feel different. I feel more me. Where's Tisha?
She went with her grandparents. She wouldn't go, and they killed you, and they threatened to keep killing us. So she went. Through a portal. I don't know exactly. Freddie died too. Emerith. I tried to bring them back as well, but I wanted to start with you.
All right. Well, there's no time. I'll look around. I guess I can see like Freddy's and Emerith's bodies here as well.
Mm-hmm. You also catch the intense stare of your orc first mate, who looks completely in shock.
I just give her like a nod and a smile. Go for who's first? Freddy or Emerith?
Just because you look like you're gonna fall over in a second. I mean, you did just come back from dead. And Tilly will cast a heal spell on you.
Nice.
Or big boy spell.
Just to remind you, John, that until your next long rest, you have a -4 penalty to
-4.
all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks.
Yeah.
And it is reduced by
think
1 every long rest.
Harry.
I think he's okay with it. Let's hope our luck
Holds.
keeps going. Freddy, Emerith, both of them, they don't know about Tisha, and I mean, let's just do it.
Okay, who's next?
Emery? I'm dreading telling Freddie about Tisha the most.
I think
Emerith
so.
it
I
is.
think Emerith about, and I'll turn to the High Priestess and say, "You've witnessed the power of Mia and of Mistra. Now it's your cousin's turn. Your niece's turn. Lender's your aid."
Zareen looks equally as awestruck as Lash, and she employs Lash's help to deploy Emerith's body onto the altar as the last scraps of mithril skin are discarded. My lady, turning to Mia, that was a truly awe-inspiring display. Mistra really does light these halls. Let's see if she can light the life back into my niece's body. Zareen is going to take one of the dedications, if that's okay, because it just makes sense.
It's her right.
Mhm.
Yeah. You see Zareen give a resigned kind of epilogue to Emerith's life so far. How Emerith, as a junior in the Dragon's Brain Guard, showed so much promise, and that it was Zareen's joy that she was able to shield Emerith from the conspiracy unfolding at Jadena's behest. But it's tinged with a little bitter regret that had Zareen been honest with Emerith, then this kind of tragic crossroads could have been crossed in a different way. She reflects on their time in Revasari, Emerith's childhood, and what a doting family member, cousin she's been. She always preferred Emerith over Gil in terms of her nieces and nephews.
Same.
And with that, she kisses Emerith's forehead and I'm going to make a public roll with a charisma check. I'm going to say that it is a +3 to this roll.
Can I guide her?
If you want to get involved, you can, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll roll a public d20. Seven. It's a fail.
Repeat of the last one.
Not again.
Not again.
So we have 2 more possibilities. Who's stepping up?
Jacob, you think from a last hollow point of view?
Maybe. She is. I think she's my cousin as well. So she is family to me. And she died, as you did, Smoke. She died protecting and saving this city. It's not her time. She could do much good continuing to help and protect the city. Emerith, you died protecting this city, and the city will always remember you for it. As the last scion of the House of Lecheria, I bid you rejoin us. Come back. Stand for this city and enjoy the fruits of your labor, of your fight. You did so much. It's only fair that you get the reward.
As you invoke your stately position and beckon Emerith's soul back to reforge Last Hollow anew, I would like you to make a charisma check, Jacob. It could be persuasion or charisma if you wish.
They're the same.
Okay. One success. We're back to a DC 10.
There we go. Jacob the Statesman is weird.
Mm. We have one more. You don't have to do 3. Like, you can leave it at that. Or
Roll the dice at the 10.
if you want.
So it's either going to be 8 or 12 to this.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
I was gonna say something if we had to have 3, but I think if we can leave it like that, it's only those 2 people that really like have a actual connection. So,
Narratively, it makes sense to leave it where it is, doesn't it?
It does.
I agree.
Okay. So, Greg, I can roll this for you, or you can roll it.
No, I can do it.
All right, just roll me a public d20.
She's done with this world.
Mia, which spell were you casting? Another Raise Dead?
Yeah.
Then, as you complete the ritual with the 2 dedications, you wait with bated breath to return Emerith Estefax to this plane of existence. How would Mia interpret the absence of Emerith in this moment? An unwilling soul, a slight from Mistra, a weakening of her power, considering she just brought somebody else back, what would it be?
I think I would read it more as like not everything is going to work, and like that's not how weave magic will work. It isn't just ask and you'll be granted this. It's sometimes there are larger forces at work.
You look upon Emerith's cold, dead body, and you're resigned to the powerlessness that you have in trying to manipulate the insurmountable complexities of the weave. And I'm just going to step above the table for a sec and say, Greg, I'm so sorry. You've been very patient, and tried to be as above board as possible with the resurrection ritual. Goodness, you're obviously welcome to continue enjoying the story and the next resurrection. And you helped create like Zareen and like some of the other NPCs, which are still, at large, if you like. So I would appreciate your help in helping us decide together once the kind of downtime element takes precedence of like what would happen to these characters and what would happen to Last Hollow. So, you still have a part to play in helping me build this world if you wish, but also if you would prefer to go and have a brew after a hellish day battling the M6 and, leave us to it, then I would totally understand.
No, it's all right. I'll stick around.
Okay.
Nice to hear.
I'm glad. Thank you for that. So we have Smoking Mirror back in the land of the living. Emerith Estefax exacting her existence beyond the veil, but taking up a new life somewhere beyond the material plane.
What's the reaction of the?
Zareen, imbued with hope, watching the given how we've built Zareen together, what do you think Zareen would do now? Would she, Greg, would she lash out? Would she curse Mistra, or would she patiently observe the next ritual?
I don't think she'd have the heart to stick around and watch someone that she had no vested interest in seeing return. So I think she'd just leave the temple. She was never wedded to it in the first place. She was there because she was told to be.
Sure.
So she'd sort of stand up and walk out without saying anything.
Return to House Estefax, perhaps?
Possibly send someone or go and fetch someone to bring Emerith's body back to the manor. She couldn't carry she couldn't carry a paladin in full plate on her own, so she'd need to go and get some help. So it'd be a case of, well, screw you guys and go and get some help.
Okay. She starts barking at the clerical assistant and storming off. Still, obviously, it's a very sore and sensitive time. Perhaps a thin veil of paranoia. Why was May are able to resurrect her friend, but not my family. And she and her assistant depart, barking at you to not to touch Emerith and leave her where she is until she can be brought back. So we have this curious situation now where we have the Emerith Estefax lying on the altar in full plate armor. Zareen and her assistant departed to get help. What do we do with Freddie?
Clear some space. Make our own altar.
Still want to do it here, yeah?
So if you clear the altar, it'd sound like the biggest dropping of cutlery in any kitchen that you've ever heard. Clang bong ting bong kong.
Well, yeah, we're gonna leave it there, right? But I guess just build, just like clean the floor, and Tilly would put some flowers around where we put Freddy.
Is there this being a temple? I don't know how much it resembles cathedrals, etc. in IRL. Quite a lot of large religious places have like other side chapels, lady chapels, things like that, with altars and things in them.
Yeah, you could find one behind perhaps a locked door that has since been used as a storage cupboard with like mops and buckets in it. However, at this point, Shamselvuk, who is with you, in his matching vestments to Freddy, the spire uniform, is going to step forward and step over Freddy's body and kind of like lean down. And you see this traumatized individual look upon Freddy's cold body and stroke his hair, almost a bit too rough, drawing his hand back in hesitation as if he'd just overstepped a boundary. Back to the spire, back to the spire. The spire's the spire.
Not a bad idea.
Can we go? Can we go? He looks up nervously.
Resurrecting Freddy in his office in the spire. Silver candles, that surrounded by his knowledge and tomes, that is a good idea, Shamselvuk. Mia, what do you think?
We can do it.
We need to return. Last Hollow is not stable enough for us to stay in Silvercrest for long, but
Lash and the crew, along with Nain. You can see Nain looks conflicted, as if she wants to come. But Lash says, if you're going to use magics to get back to Silvercrest, we can hold the fort here for a few hours. I've not seen anyone of adequate size enough to take me down.
even someone large would be scarcely adequate to do that, Lash. I would be very happy for you to hold the fort, as you say.
And she leans into Smoke. Do you think, well, he's gone, I could sit on the throne?
I'll just give a reassuring laugh.
All right, crew. Back to the castle. Let's make sure there's no thievery or pillaging. And somebody get some beer. And they depart.
So Nain doesn't want to.
Nain lingers between the two groups, looking for someone to help her walk. But also, she looks towards you, Mia. As if she wants to talk.
I'll take her to the side. She wants to talk to me.
She puts her arm around you. In this deeper register beneath this metal face covering, which is welded to her face. I know if Jacob wishes to establish a new order here, it's something I could help with. I already know my way around the Undercity. Probably better than he does. But I long to return home. See my mother and father. What do you think I should do?
If you feel the call of home, you should go there. There are other people queuing up to help with Last Hollow. Perhaps you could leave the explosives for another day.
Don't go pressing that detonator without me.
I swear I won't.
One day, Mia, when I'm ready, I'll come back.
No.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Well, your leg. And perhaps between Tilly and I, we could help get it back. If you want that.
I wasn't sure that would be possible, but I've just seen what you did with Smoke. Can one of you help with that?
Yeah, I'll get Tilly over.
Hello.
Tilly, Nain's leg, do you have the power to bring that back today?
I can try. Yes, I think it should work. The only thing that gives me pause is I don't know what it will do to the ones on your face, and whether it will just make any future possible removal of them as completely impossible if your body heals over it. So that's something I just don't know.
She puts her hand on your shoulder reassuringly. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But let's be honest, Tisha was always the pretty one.
There
And
are
I could
different.
use a leg a lot more than a smile.
There are different kinds of beauty, and you have that in spades. Do you want to sit down?
She lets go of May's shoulder and slumps into one of the pews on her one leg.
And I will take out a prayer wheel. It's just the amulet of the Wild Mother with some beads on it and a little bit of holy water I got from Mir. Sprinkle it on the stub. I'm just gonna take the bandages off, otherwise it'll be awkward, but it'll be a little painful. Just brace for it. And take the dressing off to expose the stub.
She sinks her claws, her hand into your shoulder as she winces.
Billy immediately half her hit points. And then I will sprinkle a little bit of the holy water over the stump, and with the prayer wheel in hand, speak the druidic words and cast a regenerate spell. Wait, this one.
As you speak the words, you see like the dull bone marrow, long since dried out, start to drip this fleshy pink vitality from it as muscle and ligature begin to sprout and reach out towards you, the ends of which almost look like fungal tendrils. As the bone begins to extend and skin starts to wrap this new thigh. As the process begins to accelerate, so does the speed at which this new limb is regrown, perfectly clean and pale before you. As it begins to pass over the knee, Nain clutches the pew and starts to wiggle her leg as it appears before the ankle and the heel apparate into the tip of an unexpectedly delicate toe appears before you, and she wiggles it before you hear a clang, cling, until you, grasping this newly reformed leg, you look up at the face of Nain Montenay, a mask lying between her legs.
Oh, magnificent.
She looks perfect. A face, though the right age is untouched by the ravages of battle and time. She's never looked more pure or innocent to you.
This worked much better than I hoped for. Nain, your face.
She wiggles her jaw, touches her nose, and runs her fingertips across her skin. She leans down. Praise be to the Wild Mother.
Praise be. Thank you. You
And she grabs you, both hands, just pulls you onto the queue.
And you can see the Humphrey just runs around us and barks, and Tilly's extremely happy because she helped, and yeah, she's absolutely loving every moment of this. That's the biggest reward.
Nain ruffles your head and picks up the mask. She looks at it for a moment.
Memento.
I'm gonna keep this. I want my enemies to look upon the person that they made with this. But the time for bloodshed is over. Mir's agreed to let me come back to Silvercrest with you. From there, I'll depart to Arnelian. Home. Let's go.
While they were doing all that, Jacob would have gone over to Smoke and just explained to Smoke where Jacob had been, that he'd gone off, that he'd... Yeah.
I know. I missed you
But he
too.
couldn't do
I'll
it.
give him a fucking one of these.
Predator slap.
You son of a bitch.
yeah.
He would have also said to Smoke, your death, I think, although it didn't seem to take, reminded me that many of us set off from that pub in Meloon a long time ago. If you'd gone, I would have been the last. It's not time for that yet. Stay safe. I need you at my back.
Agreed.
We still have to rescue people. We'll have to smash those damn mirrors.
See if we can save this life first.
Indeed. And the lantern. Tara.
Is Libby with us here as well?
Mm-hmm. Well, she has gone with Lash and the rest of the crew.
Okay, she didn't want to go back home.
No.
Right.
So, Mir, how are you getting everybody back?
I'll cast teleportation circle to take us to the circle in Frey's tower.
Yeah. Direct.
Uh-huh.
And how many people is it? 10 people. Freddy counts as an object at the moment.
Freddy counts as an object.
He does.
Any creature that enters the portal instantly appears within 5 feet of the destination circle.
Mm-hmm.
I think
don't know.
There's no limit, but like it's like my portal. However many people reasonably
can fit in a circle, yeah,
it's fine. Can run into it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then, we've got Mir, Jacob, Smoke, Tilly, Nain. Is that it? Sham. Yeah, sorry, Shamzalvuk.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, let's go back to Silvercrest, shall we? Where's the bloody map?
Never gonna get used to that.
Oh, I think there's temple attendants there.
I can't remember. Did we Did you leave Last Hollow with? Sorry, did you leave Silvercrest with the crystal walls still up, or had they faded? I think.
I don't think they've faded. I don't think the crystal walls faded.
Spoiler.
No, I just didn't know if I'd used this map last.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, that's fine.
Except no,
But we don't know what reality we're in.
Not true.
We do have.
We did come back. Remember when we went back to the temple and then ran over to the
briefly.
Yeah.
to the tree?
I just wasn't sure which map I was using.
Have you got a map with that?
Yes, I do. That. Yeah, I found it. Sorry, I've got. It's called New Silvercrest. Here we are.
That's when we had the army camp.
Yeah. Here you are.
Silvercrest_final.
Oh right, by faded I mean
final 3.
That's real.
Yeah.
they're not bright pink. That's what.
Nice one.
Yeah, that's what I meant by faded. So yeah, there you are. So yeah, you've got the big old Mystra Temple right in the middle, and you've got the spire like over here. But you're in. You go straight into the spire.
That's where his circle is, right?
It is, yeah.
Isn't it in his office?
Yeah, pretty much.
There is a map for that. I'm pretty sure.
There is, yeah, actually. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it though. There's so many. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around. Yeah. We've got this. Is fine.
I think last time we were there, you guys were fighting Gallant Body.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
Can any? This is going back. I encouraged you to go back here, and I wasn't ready. But the female spire researcher. Can anyone remember her name? I think you knew it, Kirsty.
Did. It's in my spreadsheet, I think, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm just looking at your spreadsheet.
She was the one Galen was really rude to. I remember one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, with everyone else.
True.
Sorry, I would really like to use her name. Can I sort? Hold on. Hold on. Can't see it. God damn it, that's so annoying.
I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm more tired than I thought.
All right, dude.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you so much for joining us.
See you, Greg. Oh, do we take 2 minutes, John, for you to reset?
Yeah, it would help me find this bloody name.
Yeah. Go to break and.
Welcome back. Our illustrious player and DM colleague of mine, Greg, who was playing Gil and Emerith, has retired from the game, and thus for now, I will just like to have on video a big thank you to him for joining us over the past couple of months. It's been really great. So thanks for that, Greg. Maybe we will see you in the Isles again one day. For now, the party returns to Silvercrest, a city that was the making of our heroes in many ways. Their defense of it really giving their name, some huge credibility, and their heroics are still talked about all this time later. And the walls which surround the city at Mystra's behest still make Silvercrest a near impenetrable keep on the eastern edge of the Isles. We are transported via teleportation circle back into the Spire of Silver Candles, where Yander, adopting a senior position in the Spire in Freddy and Sham's absence, is literally bowled back into a chair at Freddy's desk at the sudden illumination of this teleportation circle spell, and is completely flabbergasted to see the occupants emerge through time and space. Oh, my goodness. You could have given me a heads up that you were coming. Welcome back. This place is a mess. I'm so sorry. Where's Freddy?
He's here. We're going to try and bring him back, but we wanted to do it here.
Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bark at you. Who is this? What is this creature that wears our vestments so? With that, Sham cranes his neck and wanders over to Yander and wants to touch her, but doesn't. I'm here. It's me. It's me. It's me. I'm sorry. Something happened. Help. Please. Change me back. Change me back. Yander embraces Shamselvuk and kind of with a horrified look of bewilderment.
I'm so sorry. They came with us to help, and it feels like we've done more harm, but maybe we can bring Freddy back. And I hope that we can help with Sham. But I'm really sorry.
It's okay. This is what happens when you set off adventuring. That's what my uncle always used to say. Stick to the library. Get your nose in a book, or you get it cut off by a sword or a spell. Come on, Sham. Let's get you back to your room.
We'll talk later. We'll tell you everything we know about what happened to him, and maybe, I mean, if this place has lots of books, maybe you'll find a way.
If you could return quickly, you've been Freddy's assistant for a long time. You probably know him better than almost anyone. You might be able to help anchor him.
Mr. Rosemantle was a kind and gentle employer. But we didn't socialise much. I'll do anything I can. I'll just... Come on, you. She pats Shamsovik on the back and kind of ushers him out the door. And you hear, like, from around the corner, like a horrified scream. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Come on, you snake.
Yeah. And they kind of go off and leave you in the teleportation circle. Nain says that she sticks around. If I can be of any help, I'm sure I'll be here for a while before I depart. A couple of days. Find a boat. Is there anything I can get you to aid this ritual? Leica should still be around here somewhere. We can bring you whatever you need.
What about something of Tish's that she might have left here in his quarters? Personal item. Something even mundane. She was the most important thing to him, I think.
He gave his life for her, from what you say.
Then I'll go to the Temple of Our Lady.
Maybe check Freddy's quarters first. Here.
If you go to the temple, Naeem, and find Valzat and get incense and candles, the best we've got, and I'll go to Freddie and Tisha's room and see if there's something there that we can take to represent Tisha.
She nods. And she she's about to step out of the room and she looks around. Do you know where there might be another pair of shoes?
Oh my gosh. Someone must have
It's
something.
fine. I'll find out. And she waves off the awkwardness and departs out the door.
I think that was a good idea, Mir. I was going to check out Freddy's desk, see if there's something, how his spell materials, something he was working, things that tie him to this place in this life.
Okay, so Jacko can check the desk in the room where you are,
Yeah.
and Mir's going to go to his quarters and find something symbolic of like his and Tisha's love or relationship. I really wish Lucy was here because she could help inform what we might find.
Did Freddy return the ring that she asked? Yeah, he did because they married her in it. Sorry.
Yeah. My mind went straight there as well, Gareth. But
well, genius.
I was just gonna ask Dan, out of character, because we obviously know what you said to Lucy about the character. We kind of know what your ideas there are, but in character, I find it hard that we're not discussing going after Tisha. Nobody's.
I discussed this with Kirsty.
Oh, sorry.
And so no. I'd like to actually elucidate you into my thinking. So, Kirsty had the exact same objection, or of course, I would try and send her a message and tell her to come back or whatever it might be. But that would be disrespecting Tisha's decision, wouldn't it? Like, Tisha made the conscious decision to leave the party in order to save them. And any attempt by the party to circumvent that decision and rescue her at this juncture, especially so soon after, would almost be undermining or disrespecting that decision.
Could also be
See what I mean?
almost a bit risky, couldn't it? Like, given the
I mean,
grandparents
yeah,
are the
it was-
powerful blood mages and she's just gone off with them. It's
She
like,
went to a different plane,
don't
and then
rush,
who,
you know, like,
who knows where she is, and
yeah.
we could be spending ages to. No, I get that. I was kind of just looking for a sort of in-game justification, and the same would be interesting to see what the NPCs, especially her husband, because he's not a player, right? So he's not bound by our kind of.
And he also didn't see Tisha's decision.
So, I totally see him, trying to do something about it, but then that can be in the background. So, but yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Mm-hmm. So, Jacob.
Yep.
Make an investigation check.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, 30. You go over to the desk and you see like a lot of like Yander's notes, various cataloging inquiries, books due to be traded with a contact at the Vade Mecum. You even with that check see a request for some demonology texts from someone in Maloon. Written in a very small hand, very small note.
Is it Joxy's? Joxy's
Joxy.
books.
Blooming Joxy.
Yeah, it's just signed JT, as if this person exchanges a lot of requests with the Spire of Silver Candles. However, you set about looking through the desk, and you find that you can open some locked, some unlocked, but you can open all of the drawers. And you go through them all, and you just find like loads of jobs and like musings on different texts, even like a half complete like thesis, where he had began to study like the travel between different planes. And some of the more recent writings are about Mechanus, the plane of law, which he'd set about investigating in recent months before departing. As you go right to the very back of one of the drawers, you find like a trick drawer, another back, and you pull out the whole drawer, and you see a watercolor drawing. Watercolor painting, painting over a sketch. Very faded with time. Like the colors are like very light blue and very light green. But it is in a quite an expensive frame, precious. The paper you can see is folded around some of the edges. And as you bring out the paper in this, as you bring out the frame in this compartment, the back of the picture almost just falls out. It's so old. And you pull out the piece of paper. It's just this tiny watercolor portrait of a young man with red hair and a blue cloak. embracing another young man with blonde hair and a green cloak. And on the back, in charcoal, almost faded to an imperceptible extent, it just says Freddie and Sam. And it's signed RR.
Yeah, that'll do it. Jacob, hands trembling, would come back to the rest of the group with it.
I got emotional then.
Yeah.
I feel very emotional.
Found this. It's
What
Freddie
is
and
it?
Sam. It's a portrait of Freddie and Sam.
Who's Sam?
Mentor, friend, surrogate father to Freddie. If anything means is special to Freddie, it would be this.
Mm,
Him into
great.
the world and bring him back.
Good find, Jacob.
We'll cut to Mia, who goes to Freddie's personal quarters. I'd like you to make an investigation check, Mia.
Okay. Oh, I'd like to guide myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. She can't see. She's crying too much.
You go into Freddie's room, and obviously Freddie spent a lot of time here after your departure. And it seems as though the room in the spire is almost completely devoid of any of Freddie's personal effects anymore, as if he intended not to come back. A bag was packed in a hurry. As you see, some of the drawers and things are still open. But his personal effects, any memory of him and Tisha, there's nothing significant that you can find with that role.
Nothing belonging to Tisha. She'd be much shitter at packing. I know it. She'd be hurried.
Mm-hmm. You are right. So I'm going to get you to roll a d4. A 4 will mean there is something, but that's it.
Damn it.
No.
Okay.
You look out the window in one of these most elevated rooms in the spire. On this clear spring day, you can just about make out the Isle of Ainelian across the water. But you return to Freddie's office with nothing.
Can't find anything. Sorry.
What? Jacob found something interesting.
Mia,
Huh.
look. It's Freddie and Sam.
Oh. But why would he have left this? He
It was hidden.
he cleared out his room so thoroughly.
It was in a hidden drawer in his desk. It looks like it may have been painted by his father.
Maybe he didn't know it was
Wait.
there.
Hopefully this
Maybe.
helps.
I hope so. We have to bring him back. I feel so responsible. It feels like we've been in our own bubble, and now we've brought this mess back to reality.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay, Mir. It's gonna be just fine. Can
I
do
hope
this.
so.
I mean, this is the city where, I mean, your connection to Mistress probably the strongest here out of anywhere in the island, right?
Uh-huh.
So be positive. It's gonna be fine.
The only other thing I can think, I know some members are missing, but would the rest of the council help?
And maybe I sort of wonder whether it might be a case of too many cooks, you know?
Then
And just as you say that, did somebody say cook? Balzac comes through the door with
pancakes.
pancakes and a whole crate full of like ritual shit, like candles and scrolls and incense.
I'll run and give him a big hug and probably cry.
Whoa! Hey, Tisha's sister. She said you might need this. She told me. It's okay. And he gives you a massive hug. You notice as you lean into him, he's got a bit of a belly.
I was going to say to him, looks like you've been bulking.
Too many pancakes. That's not what you trained me in, Mr. Valsax.
Hey, you're looking strong there, little halfling girl. I think you've grown.
You think? Maybe. I've been drinking a lot of water, so.
That's what I told you. Good work. And he kind of puts a high five, like maybe 1.5 feet above your head.
I try to make that 5.
Make an athletics check.
Go on, Tilly.
Yeah, you jump and like a slam dunk, you high five him. All right. Let's get some positivity in this room. A member of the council needs us. And in life and death, we serve Mistress Will. We can do this.
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Valzak.
And he kind of nods, this silent nod that you understand that his leadership and outward confidence belies is just as much concern as you.
Everything's okay at the temple?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, there was a leak. We got that sorted. But there's been like a few people come down from the hills in the south, even coming in across the port. Like, people want to know about, the Lady of Mysteries. Like, we've got a few, new scholars and other people, few donations to the museum. It's going all right. It's as good as can be expected.
All right. Let's hope she's around to help bring Freddie back, huh?
I know it. She'll help. She's helped before. She doesn't let us down.
Okay.
It's going to be awesome.
I missed you.
He gives you like a nudge, like a fist under your chin. Come on, my lady.
Okay, that was right. Fine. in Freddie's office? Do we think?
The center of his scholarly works.
Wherever you think is best. I mean, obviously keep the candles and the incense away from the books.
We could clear the stable if you want.
On
Sure.
his desk.
You clear a space on the desk, maybe. And on the big window ledge, Balzac's lights some candles. And one of the side curtains he pulls down and lays it, this red velvet with the symbol of the spire, 7 candles in a row that's like up and down. Kind of in a kind of oblong shape. He centers on the middle of the desk before crouching down. May I?
Please.
And he picks Freddie up. You notice him struggle a bit more than you would have expected.
1 second.
And he lays Freddie's body on the desk. So this is the part, right? We have to try and beckon him back.
Mm-hmm. You want to say something?
I mean, I can if you want me to, in Mistra's name.
I think you'll be awesome.
Sure. Balzac approaches his fellow council member. Frederick, I gotta say that I did not expect you to go out like a chump. I mean, are you even strong enough to come back? And he reaches down and playfully plays with Freddie's less than adequate muscles, which are now starting to atrophy, obviously. And then he realizes the error of his ways. If you come back, then I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. You know, even wizards got to be buff, man. You need to start casting chin up. You know? I'll show you. And with that, Balzac goes over to the window pole, jumps up. I'm going to do more push-ups than I've ever done right now, just to prove that with Mistra's guidance, we can achieve things that have never been done before. Come on, Freddie, do them with me. And without taking his eyes off, he tries to use the image of Freddie's defeat to spur him on to feats of new athletic prowess. And with that, he's going to attempt an athletics check.
Come on.
Of course.
Come on.
He gets a +4 to this.
Nice.
Come on.
Come
So,
on.
I'm just going to roll it publicly.
Come on.
Oh man, the
Ah!
pancakes, too many pancakes.
He tells you his record is 195, and he gets to 190, and he starts to get cocky, and he lets go and starts to do a one-handed push-up, but it imbalances the weight on the curtain pole, and he falls down. Oh, okay.
Ow.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm sure he would have enjoyed it.
I mean, it's still more than he could do, even in his best days.
By about 100. Yeah.
Well,
That's one failure. Wait, these resurrection rolls are not going well today, are they?
no.
No.
I am flabbergasted Smoke is alive.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yikes.
I'll give it a try if that's all right.
Gunsmoke.
I go and I'll say to Freddy after this show from Valzax. Guys like me and Valzax got a lot of muscle. We're good with swords and shields and always keep marching forward. It's easy to have courage when you're like us. Bigger than most. But he's right. You're scrawny. You keep your head in the books. But even still, I saw you give everything, every last ounce you had. For your wife, for your family. You were but a cowardly nerd when we met you. Still are, maybe. Come and show us otherwise. She's still out there waiting for you, Freddy. Come after your wife. Try and persuade him.
Sure. Give me a persuasion check.
So this is, because I've got -4, it's a +5, so it's a +1.
You're just going to roll straight
So I'll
d20
just do
and
a
we'll add one?
D20 as +1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Does crit success count as 2 successes? No?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
All right.
To the point where Jacob would probably hold up the watercolor.
I'll stay out of it, so it's either Jacob or Mir for the last one.
Mia, this, do you think?
Do you want a big Sam?
Yeah. That was an adventure. Freddie, when we took you to your father's laboratory, when we met Sam, when we found out so much about your past, there was so much more to find. This is your picture. This is what I think your father gave to you. It is of you and Sam. It tells your past, but it also tells of your future. When we find with you, if we can find him, we can find out what happened. I'm not one with words, but this photo, this picture, to show you exactly what you need to come back for. Keep telling these stories, to keep showing what can happen. That is not vain. I'll put the picture that I found on him.
Given that this is a feat of artistry,
Yeah.
and your appreciation of the picture is not only built from a personal connection to Freddie and the history you got, but you know how much, how many words pictures can say.
Yeah.
And having gained proficiency in painter's supplies. I'm going to make this a dexterity check with proficiency.
X plus
That'll
proficiency.
be good.
Come on, it's gonna be good. Yeah,
Hey, nice.
yeah.
It's another success.
We successes, one failure.
Which means the DC is 6.
Ooh.
So I'm going to roll a d20 in public. And
Come
on
on.
a 5 or less,
He
it fails.
fails.
6 or more, Freddy comes back.
Come on, he will. He will.
Come on.
Come on.
Oh.
Wait, it's a d20 roll. Can I use my halfling ability to enforce a reroll of that? It's a d20 roll.
Yeah?
I use my reaction to use Bountiful Lock to create a reroll of this. The halfling lock spreads around.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
Come
It's
on.
the weave and goes, no!
Come on, it has to now.
here we go. Remember, 6 or more is what you want.
Yes. That was epic.
I'm just trying to think of how this
You're a good
how,
luck
how
charm.
this could. How I'm just yeah. She is. She really is. She
I
grabbed
reckon-
Freddy's hand at the moment where it just seemed not to have worked, and just smiled at him.
Tilly, the eternal optimist, looks upon the ashen grey cadaver of Frederick Rosemantle. After invoking another raised dead spell, Mia?
Yes, and this was at like 7th level too.
Okay,
Fifth.
so the raised dead spell is cast, and as the moments pass, you begin to worry that this would be another grim resolution like the one you witnessed for Emerith. Valzax looks down, and his jovial mood is revealed to be a cover for a heartfelt sorrow as he kind of brushes a tear off his cheek. He looks over to Smoke, mainly to check he didn't see that. And he looks across to Jacob. Both of you looking grimly as hope begins to abandon you all. Except Tilly, the eternal optimist, strides forward, takes Freddy by the hand. What does Tilly say in this moment, Lucas?
I think she would lean over his ear and just whisper, "It's not over for you. Too many people love you here. It's not over." That's it.
And with that, you see an expression begin to spread across Freddy's face as life begins to return. The low winter sun now shining through the spire windows illuminates Freddy's red hair and he instinctively turns away from it with this blissful expression, eyes closed. He thrusts an arm out and reaches over to the edge of his desk and lets out a yawn. Tisha, do we have to go anywhere today? Tisha?
Hi, Freddie.
Okay.
What? Oh. Where am I? How did we... What happened?
The fight didn't go that well.
Oh, God. And he sits bolt up. Where? We're in Silvercrest. Where is everybody okay? Where's Tisha?
She's with her grandparents.
With her grandpa? Why is she... What? She hates her grandpa.
They were killing her, and they gave her an ultimatum that if she didn't go with them, they would keep killing her.
The real hero.
Smoke was dead. Jacob was gone. I was turned to stone. You were dead. She didn't really have any choice.
No. She wouldn't give up. She's the most powerful spellcaster I've ever seen. She could have handled it.
She didn't give up, Freddie. I was there. She was the opposite of giving up. She gave us hope, and she saved us, and told me to tell you, all of you, that she loves us all and wanted us to live. And she went. That was her choice. I didn't try to stop her. She left.
You didn't try to stop her. Her grandparents are blood mages. She could be in danger, right? They could be killing her. They could have her soul.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's
If they
what
killed
she wanted.
Tilly, none of us would be here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Freddy. I know it's horrible, but
And he looks down at Tilly's sorrowful expression. Well, we have to get her back. We have to go now. We have to try. They took her through a teleportation circle. What was it?
it was a portal to a place that's not of this world. And I will describe what I saw: the plains, the hills, the winds, and anything I saw.
I'm going to ask you to make a history check to see how good your recollection of what you saw was.
Sure. I guess it was kind of burned into my mind because of the gravity of the situation.
Yeah. Okay, right. Well, listen, we'll take some notes. We'll compare those notes with all of the known planes. If we know what plane she's on, then maybe we could go there. Maybe not. Maybe don't.
Freddie.
Y-
Last
yes?
time, not this time, but last time we met her grandparents on Inelian, there's a temple in the jungle, a snake temple. That's where her grandfather, there was a portal there that her grandfather went through. It seems to me to be easier opening a door that's already got a destination than striking out with no information.
Well, let's be sure before we go jumping into portals and we don't know where they go. Let's try and find out where this place is. Right. You're going to have to leave me, please. I've got things to do. I've got books to find. I've got script to write.
You need rest.
Listen,
were
I can
actually-
rest. I can rest another time. I feel fine, honestly. And he starts automatically like scouring a bookshelf, and you see him like trip and then catch himself on the desk, and he looks kind of white and pale.
I'm going to touch him on the hand again, and just cast 5th level Cure Wounds to give him a little bit back. Here, this should tie you over until you're in the bed. But I know what you're doing, and it's fine. It's what you need to do. If you need to do it, then that's fine. But please, rest before you do anything, okay? Think about the fact that you're not gonna help her if you're dead.
Make a persuasion check, Tilly, and you can have advantage because you cast that spell. You've made the gravity of his weakness apparent to him. He clutches a few books under his arm. And he props himself up on your shoulder, Tilly. Well, I'll take these ones to bed. These are... I spent a lot of time searching for my father, studying the plains. I'll just pick up where I left off. Tick off the ones I know. Your description was really great, Tilly. I just need to write it down.
Thank
Will
you.
you come with me?
Well,
Go.
do we not need to come back? Or...
You have time to tell Freddie of this. Freddie, when you've discovered the information, when you know what we need to do, call us. I will come with you.
I'll find her.
I know. I will come with you when you do.
We can expedite you tell him the description. He writes it all down and he takes it all to bed with him.
Sure, yeah. Sounds good. Just let him know that we might have to. We will have to go back to Last Hollow to tie things over there. So if he needs us, he'll have to contact us.
He knows how to reach out to you.
Woof!
Yeah. I'll talk to Yanda as well and tell her.
Yanda is investigating the ritual, or what was performed on Shamselvik. Her cursory inspection, she sees the symbol burn into his neck, and she asks whether you have any record of what might have been done to him.
Yes.
Well, I was asking Mia.
Oh.
Mia was the one that she was talking to Yanda. So.
No, but Jacob does, and I think he did tell me that in the last session.
I did.
I
think I hit you with the note.
He's got something. Nice. Yeah, I'll grab that off Jacob and say that Yanda needs it to help Sham.
you can cure it, then great, take it. It's no use to us.
Yander takes the scroll from you and unveils it, and as she starts reading, just this grave, horrified expression with every rune and symbol she reads. She knows she is reading forbidden text. And she looks up at you as she gets like a quarter of the way through me. Normally, coming across an artifact like this, we'd burn it, destroy it. But I'll need some help in deciphering some of the runes. I have been conversing with a young gnome in Maloon who has taken to studying some of the darker arts. I'll send for her. Maybe we can embark on this inquiry together.
Are we all
Be
for that
very
conversation?
careful, okay?
Pardon? Me?
I told her to be very careful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you weren't necessarily not there, Lucas. Is something that you interjected with, or
just kind of after they're finished with everything, just wanted to add, like, from what we have seen, your research into helping Sham is not just going to help him. It might be very important to the entire Isles. There's lots of evil afoot here, so this is way more important than you even think.
this is sensitive information, and I'm reluctant to reach out to some of my more senior colleagues across the Isles or back on the Sword Coast. But they may be able to provide some help. My friends, I'll take it under your advisement. Should I try and reach out to the Vade Mecum? Or not? Should we keep this more local?
Are we telling her about everything that we've discovered about? We don't know a lot, but we know that there is a conspiracy of 1T and all that, and they trying to bring their
That's up to you.
So I'm just kind of giving, like, Tilly's like giving the rest of you,
I would be very careful with who you shared that information. The investigations in my home city found that the royalty, the elven royalty, of the Isles is not all that it seems.
The elven royalty?
Not all of them are elves.
These creatures usurped their governments for generations.
You see,
anyone could be that.
my face. I am not what I was when I left out. My mother was one of them, I think. They are hiding in plain sight amongst the royal houses. Unless you know for sure that the person is not affiliated with the Wan Ti, then do not share anything.
It could be anyone, anywhere. Jacob's one of the good ones, for our sake.
Didn't even know I was one.
Ninthalor and Selphia, the Montanes over on Manilian, they helped rebuild this city. Surely I could reach out to them.
Are you talking about Tisha's parents? Or grandparents?
I mean, they're elven nobility. They have access to, Tisha's parents. You think we should avoid that entirely? What about Hysis Hololana? She's the head of the Vade Mecum. Like, she's the most knowledgeable researcher on the Isles. We should avoid it.
Jacob, is there a way of that you know of discovering that someone is hiding their?
I don't even know how it was hidden in me. I know that
Because Gilchrist didn't look at all like one of them before he changed. He was that magic covering him, or was it transfer?
he mentioned that. I think it's something that happens when you age or an event. I don't know how it happens. You know, you saw me. I changed slowly. Things changed about me. My eyes, my hair. I became immune to poison.
And then you changed bodies, and then you just sort of
Well,
skipped a few
completely.
stages, I think,
Yeah.
because of that. But
I don't know if it's some spell or some enchantment.
Well, the research needs to happen. You
Maybe
warn.
Tisha's parents, but her grandparents were involved in this up to their eyeballs. Her grandparents were practitioners of this art.
One of you can make a persuasion check at advantage.
yeah, you do it. I did the last one.
Okay. Not very persuasive, but let's try it anyway.
Nice.
Yanda resolves to do her absolute maximum off her own back, her and Joxy, without letting any of the elven nobility in, which would be their normal port of call when investigating like old ancient magic. This is a cautionary strategy, which they hope will be able mean that their research will be able to go unharried and unhindered within the crystal walls of Silvercrest. It might be slower, but it's probably safer. Okay.
Woof.
So, you leave Shamsel-Vuk in Yanda's hands. Freddy resolves to stay and turn the library towards, as much as he can, finding out where Tisha might have gone. With only an eyewitness account and his own memory of the temple beneath Last Hollow, or the prison beneath Last Hollow, to go off, and what he's seen of Gilchrist or the rest of the Yuan-Ti. He sets about making this his personal ambition, his life's work from now until she's found.
Yeah, what they both researching is kind of crisscrossed, doesn't it?
Exactly. So they'll be able to help each other. But the Spire is on full-on anti-snake research.
Wait, I'm glad we did that roleplay.
Good.
Are you sticking around Silvercrest? You returning to Last Hollow? What are you doing?
I still got a spell slot to do the tree if you don't have one to go back, because I think the only teleportation circle we know is the prison, right? So we'd
No,
have
the
to
one
go...
that we went to in where the big fight happened.
Oh, I sorry, I didn't think she copied those. But maybe she did. Maybe you did in the time in between.
Yeah.
So you got one in the Undercity in the prison and one in the Overcity in Castle Cerulea basement.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to do mine if you want to walk, or we do yours, whatever.
Or you could get a boat and sail back to Last Hollow if you want.
Fuck that.
And end up with 2 boats at Last Hollow.
Then we're gonna have 2 boats.
Just go the other way around this time.
Oh yeah, because the first way worked out so well for us.
Yeah.
Hey, you defeated Panaku.
Yeah, it just took us
We did.
10 months to get there.
We did loads.
I don't mind casting teleportation circle.
Sure.
Going back to the bowels of
8th
Castle
level.
Cerulea. 8th
Yeah.
level spell.
Yeah.
Okay. When you return, you find the crew in the basement, having basically spent their time breaking open some doors and cracking open some chests
Nice.
and getting all the fucking loot. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you like all of the loot in Castle Luceria?
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to see the loot because, yeah, Jacob needs new stuff.
It's a lot of stuff. I did roll it for a level 16 party loot. So there's a lot of shit.
Nice. Love it. Love shit.
So
In a goblin chuckling.
the most, if you don't mind, I'm going to expedite this. Detecting magic on various things. The most magical item that you find was actually not recovered from any of the chests or lock compartments. It was Jadena's lantern.
Oh shit! Yeah, it was on the.
Uh-huh.
Is it another ghost lantern?
No,
It's some divination.
it's a lantern that I've reflavored it as a lantern, but the item is a crystal ball of true seeing.
Nice.
It's a legendary item.
Cool.
You can cast scrying with it, and when you've got it attuned, you have true sight out to 120 feet.
Oh my god. That's how she saw us all the time.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay.
So even though it's a crystal ball of true seeing, you could customize and just call it the lantern of true seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And stick it on the end of a staff or whatever,
Love it.
The rest.
Does it have charges or
No, you can just cast the
unlimited scrying?
Yeah, basically. It's a legendary item.
Fudge.
Okay. In a you find a gilded chest which has ancient symbology on it that you know is not Elven. It's not any language any of you speak.
Oh.
There is a red ruby encrusted in the lock. Question is, do you want to open it?
Not a lang. Wow.
I'm just gonna look up how many charges comprehend language. Is it a language or is that not what runes
It is a
are?
language, yeah.
Okay. I just can't remember what level comprehend languages is.
It's like a first level spell.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
It's pretty
Yeah.
low.
I'll use the staff to cast comprehend languages to try and understand a bit more.
Okay. With the runes cast around this lock and this ruby, it basically says, "To my dearest Jadena, may the items enclosed within help you free the night serpent."
We should probably.
I don't want to open it.
We should probably
I'm
just
good.
throw it in the different plane.
You don't want to open it?
Would it be better knowing what we could face? It's not like the
Well,
item when we open it. The
Just
items
yeet it into Mount Olympus or whatever it's called. Just one of those upper planes. Just yeet it as hard as you can, and I've done with it.
Put it in the bag of devouring.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that would work, right?
No, it's an object. It doesn't destroy them.
Oh. Alright.
Okay. All right. Your decision. You find 2 rings.
Oh.
A ring of radiant resistance and a ring of lightning resistance.
Cool.
Cool.
You also have another reflavored item, which is Pipes of the Sewers. But instead of summoning swarms of rats, they summon swarms of snakes.
Oh. Oh.
All right.
Okay. You have those are the major items. You have some minor items, but one of the minor items is also legendary. That's weird.
Right.
These ones, I'm not going to tell you what they are because these are the ones that wouldn't ping off as much magic, and I assume you wouldn't necessarily spend spell slots identifying them unless you really wanted to. So you're going to have to note down the description of these, and when you want to find out what they are, I'll tell you. Okay? So the next item, you find a potion bottle with a viscous milky white substance inside.
Oh, is it more unicorn blood?
We're all gonna be half unicorns by the end of this campaign.
You find another vial. You find quite a lot of vials, to be honest. This one is of clear gelatinous oil that sparkles with tiny, ultra-thin silver shards.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is a potion container that looks entirely empty.
Yeah.
The next one you would know was just a fucking massive ass healing potion. So I'm just going to tell you that it's a potion of supreme healing.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Is that better or worse than superior?
Better. 10d4 plus
Cool.
20 hit points.
Jesus.
Nice. Awesome.
Then there's a couple of spell scrolls.
Uh-huh.
Both of them look fairly ornate, as in like they're quite powerful. But that's all I'll tell you.
Oh, it doesn't say on them what they are.
Not unless they're like bound in like scroll cases. So if you open them up and read them, you can make an Arcana check, and I can tell you what they are. But
are we going? Are we going straight into the downtime after this, or
potentially?
Oh, okay. No, I was just thinking if we have 2 weeks, then we probably figure out.
You might have longer than that.
There you
go. Okay.
Sharp pointy things? Any sharp pointy things?
Not a lot of weapons, unfortunately. That's just the way it rolled. In fact, it's mainly potions and scrolls. You do find a pointy wizard's hat. Looks magical. You also find a cane that has like a specially ornate hilt. It's got like a dragon's bane symbol, like of a emerald dragon in the top.
Oh, nice. Summon dragon sip cane.
Jacob likes that.
Yeah. If you like that particular, I can tell you what it is if you want.
Yeah, considering it's Dragon's Bane and it's something Jacob would, he would like that.
It's just a veteran's cane. So it looks like a cane normally, but when you speak a command word, it turns into a longsword.
Okay.
There's also.
Or is it, does it turn back and forth?
It says when you grasp this walking cane and use a bonus action to speak a command word, it transforms into an ordinary longsword and ceases to be magical. But I'm going to say this one, you speak the command word and turn it back into a cane again.
Cool.
Bit better.
Yeah, I like that.
the command word would be Ralatheme.
Of course.
Nice.
You also find a pole of collapsing. I'll tell you what that is. You're never going to ask me what a 10-foot pole is if it's magical. But yeah, it's a 1 foot long rod, which after speaking the command word turns into a 10-foot long pole.
Shit.
That has uses. That has
Yeah,
so many uses.
that could be fun. Vaulting over stuff.
So yeah, pole of collapsing, veteran's cane, a wizard hat. You're not sure what it does.
Mhm.
Them scrolls, them potions, them legendary items. The box with the ruby in it. Shall we talk about gold and all the gold that is in Last Hollow's key that Gilchrist was throwing around?
Yep.
I would say that we shouldn't leave them beggared.
Yeah, probably not like take everything from the city, but yeah.
Loot everything.
Fucking snakes.
Jacob looks at me and raises his eyebrow.
That wasn't me. That was Kirsty.
Hold on.
Sometimes I get confused.
Right, I need to. It's not letting me just save this loot, so I'll just be a second. I'm actually going to take a picture of my screen.
Window
One of those items. One of those items is legendary, but we don't know which one.
Two legendary items. You've got the lantern and another one. I'll tell you that it's the potion with the milky white in it.
Cool.
Hold on.
Oh, legendary potions. I didn't know that potions were legendary.
Yeah, these ones are a bit weird. Oh, fuck off. Sorry.
It's happy there, Lucas.
Yeah, he's there and he's come here. Come here. He's just too lazy. He doesn't want to.
I get it. It's really late.
Doesn't want to come.
Minimum effort.
Wait, hold on. Let me pick up the webcam. It might break everything, but are you?
Hello.
Oh.
Are you
Oh.
happy?
Hello, happy. This is why we say that WALK word and wind you up.
Gorgeous.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm going to tell you. This is basically like Last Hollow's key. The whole city. What was in the vaults. It is. Oh shit! There's a couple of magic items as well. A total of 284,000 gold pieces.
Jesus.
So,
indeed.
that includes 269,000 gold pieces in coinage. So that's 23,000 platinum pieces and 39,000 gold pieces. Okay. There's also 1,000 gold pieces, 1,000 gold piece gemstones, or 15 of those. So it's like 15,000 gold piece worth.
How many of them diamonds is the important question.
Well, you've already got the diamonds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did we use them all, Kirsty, or?
No, we had 7. We've used 3 of them.
Excellent.
Okay. So you get 3 opals, 4 black opals. I'll put this in the chat in a second. 2 blue sapphires, 2 yellow sapphires, a star sapphire, and 3 emeralds. There are 2 other legendary items, which I'll just put the coinage in the chat. Hold on.
Just Starseekers just ransacked the city.
Okay. So, 2 other legendary items. Number 1, some heavy armor. Armor of invulnerability.
Oh shit! Nice.
You have resistance to non-magical damage while you wear this armor. Additionally, you can use an action to make yourself immune to non-magical damage for 10 minutes, or until you're no longer wearing the armor.
Maybe your thing.
No, can you wear heavy armor? Oh yeah, you can, right?
Yeah, and you've
but
lost
but
your...
Mir can as well.
Oh.
Once this action has been used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. So basically, once a day is the fuck you DM button, where nothing hurts you unless it's magical.
Cool.
I mean, still probably half of the attacks at our levels, but yeah.
The next thing you find gives you pause.
Oh no.
As you see in its own cabinet, like a double-chested cabinet, which you eventually open through a combination of knock spells and lock picking. There's even a safe dial, but a combination lock. Yeah. You eventually open it and you see like red velvet, almost like a dresser, with a display kind of plinth in the middle. And on that plinth set back into the velvet, you see a gilded platinum, almost like an hourglass. And in the hourglass, you see at the top a ball of pure white energy. And in the bottom, you see a ball of pure black energy. And they seem to be twisting and balancing each other out.
Oh my god.
It's an antimatter bomb.
With an identify spell, you'd be able to find out, as Mir can cast through the you can cast through the staff, right? Eventually, this is a sphere of annihilation.
Oh,
holy fuck sakes! Yeah.
What is one of those when it's at home?
It says this is a 2-foot diameter black sphere, is a hole in the multiverse, hovering in space and stabilized by the magical field surrounding it. You get the impression that it's the white magic that's keeping the black magic from expanding. The sphere obliterates all matter it passes through and all matter that passes through it. Artifacts are the exception. Unless an artifact is susceptible to damage from a sphere of annihilation, it passes through the sphere unscathed. Anything else that touches the sphere but isn't wholly engulfed and obliterated by it takes 4d10 force damage. The sphere is stationary until someone controls it. If you're within 60 feet of an uncontrolled sphere, you can use an action to make an Arcana check. I'll not tell you what the DC is, but on the success, the sphere levitates in a direction of your choice, equal to your intelligence, and or moves up to a number of feet equal to 5 times your intelligence modifier. On a failure, the sphere moves 10 feet towards you. A creature whose space it enters must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take that 4d10 force damage. If you attempt to control a sphere that is under the control of another creature, you must succeed against them in an Arcana check. The winner gains control. If the sphere comes into contact with a planar portal, such as that created by a gate spell or an extra-dimensional space like a portable hole, the DM determines what happens or randomly uses the following table. And yeah,
This is
It's-
too dangerous
Ooh.
to be left alone. If any item needs to be in your temple, in your sanctuary for dangerous items, it would be this, man.
Yeah.
Could be useful though.
Could destroy a bunch of like, I don't know, Dendar calling artifacts maybe, who knows.
It could easily destroy us.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing. So in its state as we found it, it's safe, right? Or
it seems to be being contained by the white ball. You get the impression if you were to smash the hourglass, then it wouldn't be contained anymore.
and that's when it actually becomes the item that you just read the description of. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What happens if you teleport with it? Yeah.
I mean, Jadena and the Elder Montanes fucking didn't take it. Well, the Montanes didn't take it with them. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Should probably kind of guard it or some shit. I don't know. Do you think we should take it with us, Kirsty?
Maybe I'd quite like to read the description of it properly
yeah, you can have a think
and
about it.
like kind of ponder.
Ponder the orb. Sure.
Think
Cool. How much money should we take?
I do not think you should rob Last Hollow of its coin. However, we do have a ship full of trade goods that they might be in need of.
No,
And
no,
what-
no. Castor needs them. We don't. He doesn't want money. He wants all the trade goods that we can bring back. He gave us money.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure
you
they
could.
can
You could. You could either take. You could. It definitely wants trades goods. He gave money for you to buy the trades good, but obviously bringing back some change or an investment would not be the worst thing. But yeah, we can decide like what trade goods are available in Last Hollow. At the very least, you probably got a whole load of gold tooth fineries, clothes, etc.
And probably
Some emeralds, some slate.
yeah. Now that we sort of control the city, we can probably like establish some permanent trade thing
Trade
for
route.
Castor.
I would be keen
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah,
Set
but
up
like,
trade-
personally for us, how much would we take? Just like, just like some chip change. I mean, just like a few bits.
How much are the ruling class going to skim off the public finances? You tell me.
Hey, we provided a pretty big service.
We-
Yeah,
to
you
be
have.
fair.
Yeah, we have.
Revolutions cost money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would leave because we don't really need any gemstones unless they're diamonds, right? So I can just
I would say that
Do you need it for anything, Kirsty?
diamonds should stay. I don't know if I can make this ruling. I don't know if I'll be reviled for it later, but when a council is set up, but the diamonds, they're no use sitting there in a treasury. I think you should keep those remaining diamonds, Mir. Also,
Good.
the armor smoke the armor and the hourglass. I think the hourglass needs to be protected, needs to be prevented from falling into the wrong hands. And Smoke, you appear to find yourself, well, not as metallic as you were. Perhaps the armor may be of use to you.
Many of these items were the private stash and belongings of Jadena and her ilk.
My family, they are mine to disperse as.
That's fair.
But the public finances, we should not beggar them. I propose that we stay in Last Hollow, we sort out a ruling council, a way forward for the city and allow them, as one of their first acts, to gift us a reward.
Large pipes in at this point. You should also make sure there are no more of those snake fuckers I keep hearing about around.
Does that include me, Lash?
I'm sorry. Snake people.
Thank you.
I mean, we have Lash. We have no way of the finding out who they are unless if they're trying to hide. Maybe we can discover that in the next 2 weeks, or
Maybe we
however.
should interrogate every elf in the city. What about that?
That sounds very.
That seems a little bit
sounds very prejudiced. And,
extreme.
I mean, is it? I mean, yeah.
That's what we would do back in Oduch. There was a disease going around, we'd round them all up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe we could discover a way of.
I hardly think
it would be extremely useful for the future, wouldn't it? If we could detect.
Maybe we could work on that. Maybe Freddy and Cole can detect
come up with something. Yeah, maybe.
But for now, I wouldn't imagine that the rank and file elf on the street is going to be one of the 1T. From what I've met of my family, they all seem to be arrogant to a fault.
What about just any of the Savoris and Estifaxes?
I think they should be questioned to find out their role in events, how much they knew, how much they were involved, and they should.
Now you're talking.
As I intended, when I came back to the city with Gil, they should all face trial, and let the people of Last Hollow denote their guilt and what reparations should be made as an act of healing for the city.
Okay.
Mm.
So, researching in Silvercrest and not reaching out to other mages or spellcasters, establishing trade routes, setting up councils, really building the city back up from what it was, means that it's really all hands on deck across the Isles to secure the victories that you've all fought and died for.
Yeah.
In which case, our story is going to pause for a year.
Whoa.
Oh.
What?
A whole year.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, you've got a lot to do.
I thought like 2-3 months, maybe even.
No,
Well, you thought wrong.
So we have to
Yeah,
think about a year's worth of downtime and what we want to do with
Yeah. Now you don't have to devote yourself to the challenges that we've just described. You may have some personal endeavors to participate in. But the agreement, I'm going to say, that you all come to is to reunite in 1 year's time. You can tell me where that is and what might mark that occasion, what your objectives would be when you reconvene. But broadly, I want you to tell me before the next session what your character would have spent the majority of their time doing. What significant events would they have participated in? You've already given me a clue, Jacob, especially you, like, I will get to work on prepping what Last Hollow will look like, and I'll probably ask you a few questions to help
There's a
build
few.
that up.
Yeah, other than that, it's obviously on a more personal note. Ellie and Kit.
Yeah, I already envisaged they would play quite a big role in the new look Last Hollow.
Send for Quest to come and take over the temple.
Sure. If
And
she's
also
willing.
If she's willing. Jacob and Ellie would have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah. So, in a year's time, like things I'm anticipating are like another clan meeting, probably. And whatever else you want to do, have a think about it. You can do things together. You can collaborate on things. You can help one of the objectives we've already established. But yeah, you've been on a long journey. You've been at sea for months. You've overcome evils, both man-made and extra-dimensional. Some of you have
Killed a
literally
god.
died. Yeah, you've killed a godlike creature. You've thwarted a conspiracy that the extent of its influence as yet unknown. So you think about, well, what objectives could you make progress towards in a year? What could you find out? Where could you explore? Who could you speak to? What would your character do for their life and their family and their future? How could they ensure a more prosperous time for the people of Last Hollow and for Silvercrest and maybe even Ironguard? What about the Sacred Crystal clan and their scattered members in the volcano at Pride Mount? What about Tiger's Watch, a clan meeting, Nimble Step, other clans, beseeching them for help in your objectives, perhaps? Lots and lots of things you can consider. So I'm really asking you for direction.
Wow.
If there's anything you want to ask me or any ideas you've got in the meantime, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, we'll begin the next session a year from now. You decide where. I've decided when.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Would this be a good time
Oh
to?
my god.
Would this be a good time to end the stream?
Yeah.
I think so. See you next week / next year.
Till next time.
Check out our Discord for merch and please join us. So the link should be in the chat.
Yep.
Bye.
Tell us when we're off.
Till next year. See ya.
Peace.
Ah.